Okay, I have never played Pacific Drive before. I don't know very much about it. I think it has something to do with driving, and it's like a roguelike, which is wild to me. I haven't seen any media about it or watched a trailer or anything like that, so I don't know what I'm in for. I also don't know if the audio balance is right, so let me know when we're playing if it's too loud or too quiet. I'll probably wait until we get the gameplay to assess that. I like the art style on the title screen. That's cool. English. Camera Bob. I might turn that off. And yet intensity. I give you a lot of accessibility. I like accessibility as the first like tab. That's cool. Me ignore all of this since it defaults to off. All seems fine. Audio, I might make it so it's easier to hear dialogue. Subtitles are on. Disable copyrighted music from playing on the car radio. Thank you. This all seems great. Okay. Play. This looks awesome. I really like this. Instructions from government officials you may encounter must be obeyed. Don't litter, drive safe. Game saves when you load into a new level. You can save during a trip by leaving the current level, triggering a save. Annual save is available on the pause menu from the garage. Also abandon your trip from the pause menu to return to the garage, triggering penalties and a save. Huh. So are they saying I can't save on command? Can I do like a quick save to like abandon the game essentially? I can't even do a quick save. Okay, or it wouldn't like delete the save when I resume. I'll keep that in mind. Olympic Peninsula became the staging ground for a promising new technology. Rumors of its utopian creation spread, so did stories about overnight evacuations, unsolved disappearances, and unnatural encounters. Hold off a section of the peninsula to establish the Olympic exclusion zone. Zone's borders grew until the government withdrew and sealed every access point. It's kind of like a annihilation slash stalker slash the mist. What happened inside was never disclosed. That's a pretty cool. I didn't know anything about this setting. Knock first. Deliver, unload, clean, K, question mark? Oh, this is cool. South of the barrier wall, left stick to steer. Game looks pretty. Audio is maybe a touch quiet. One sec. Let me know if that's okay once we start actually playing. Yeah, I turned that one on. Looking out. Toggle wipers. That's my second tutorial pop-up. Whoa. I like seeing the big wall there. That's cool. Tonally, this opening is awesome. They do have a rear view mirror. I assume I intended to only be in first-person view in the car. There's no, like, third-person car view. Headlights.
Ghost on the road. It's a cold one. What a white one. My heart it froze. It's a cold.
Alright, man, it seems like that's like tonally what they're going for. Burning. Exactly. That's cool. This is a really incredible opening. I'm a big fan. Seems bad. Oh, the car's dead. Olympic exclusion zone. Yeah, this reminds me a lot of Annihilation. Freaky. Need a crouch.
Hello? Someone out there? Hello? Could have sworn never mind. Francis, the radar's acting up again. You were supposed to tune up this piece of junk years ago.
Put the wheel back on. Back, maybe? Assume they just want me to go find the wheel elsewhere. Okay. Oh, there it is. Summer tire. Get in.
Wait, is that? Oh, the signal. Yes, it's back. It's back. This is Tobias Barlow and Francis Cook, located in mid-zone Sector B. Do you read me? I'm picking up your distress signal in the outer zone. It looks like you're somewhere around Sector E. Hey, Francis, come here. Yes, it's urgent. Leave that interferometer alone for a second. Something is out there.
Interesting.
Hey, we got a live one. Hey, do you copy? Hello? Hello? Is this thing working?
This would be a really good
They
film
don't
premise
have a
too.
transmitter. We won't hear a thing back.
Huh. But if they're stranded, could they, I mean, they're from outside? They're a preacher? Hey, how did you get through the barrier wall? No one's gotten into the zone in ages and lived to tell about it.
And if we don't get them to safety, this one won't either.
That's a good point. Hey, you're in serious danger. The instability's closing in, and it's gonna scramble you quicker than beef in a blender. Your closest shelter is a few miles east. Get there however you can, and be quick about it.
Fuel can. Siphon fuel from the broken down car. Okay, that's cool. Having the long percentage is a little spooky. Don't like that. Couldn't drive as the car wasn't on.
Whoa, wait, hold the phone. There it is again, that blip on the spectrometer. I've seen that waveform before, but where? No kidding. Could it be? A remnant?
That can't be. There hasn't been one in decades.
Look at that spectral fingerprint and tell me that doesn't match the remnants exactly.
No. What we should be looking at is how fast this creature seems to be moving.
Huh. You know, if I didn't know better, I'd say they're going about the speed of a... No way. No way. Do not tell me. They found a remnant and it's a car this time? Holy cripes. No one's had working wheels in here for ages. Boy, I'd kill to know how a combustion engine's still chugging away out there.
Okay, let's not get ahead of ourselves. First, the breacher needs to get to safety. Then we can look into whether that car is a remnant or not.
In my heart of hearts, I already know. They're back, baby. When you find that shelter, go on and let yourself in. Hoppy ain't gonna like you poking around in there, but better to face a bad side than let the zone eat you alive.
Put it in park. Turn it off. The door. Find a way into the building. Turn the power on by flipping the breaker switch. Pick up the backpack.
Who's there? God, the shop. God, it's been breached. You've got 5 seconds to get the hell out before I... Ow! Oh, my head. It's an emergency broadcast.
Hello, Attention, this message is for Dr. Ophelia Turner. We sent a breacher to your garage on official zone business. Now we have it on very good authority that this person is in possession of a remnant, which has taken the form of a car and
You got the remnant thing. She's not gonna care.
right, like I said, super official zone business. Protocol demands that you keep them alive until we can get them to safety. Now, if you do not comply, I will occupy this broadcast channel with a recitation.
Well, this
of the
game's
entire
tone,
collection
it's
of
really
poems
good.
I've personally written. That's 10 years and
Spooky,
17
but
volumes, and
it's like 80s spooky.
Voice goes like a nail gun to the skull. So, another breacher, huh? How do you outsiders not understand that Arda didn't build that 300-meter wall out there for fun? Unless you're one of the unfortunates who got zapped through. Wait, I just remembered. I don't give a damn why or how you got here. You're trespassing, and I'd kindly like you to get the hell out of my zone.
So I can like upgrade the car. That's interesting.
Unfortunately, the barrier wall is as fortified against breaches trying to get in as it is against anyone or anything trying to leave. We have to find you a way out. So you might as well start by fixing up that car. Just don't break anything in my shop with those soft hands of yours.
Never ever get to see who the voices are. If they're just like literally disembodied or what. Or weird mutants. Parking sensor logbook, car abilities. Design controls up to 4 of these using the small panel on the left side of your dashboard. Steer, brake, reverse, shift between park or drive, and turn the ignition key. Toggle the radio, headlights, and windshield wipers. Honk the horn. Okay. So shop is your base of operations. You're safe. You can take your time between drives to fix up the car, craft parts, and research new upgrades. So I can only save here, essentially, or places like this. Walk, run, crouch, and jump. Pick up, drop, throw, and kick items. Across any buttons and keypads, press away. I'm really surprised that there's not like a very basic like quick save where I can save the game and just to stop playing and then come back and pick up exactly where I left off. Auto saves on zone transition. Fuel can. Battery jumper. I feel like a quick save isn't that big of a deal. Like I don't mind if they're intentionally mean about when you're allowed to save to keep you from like cheesing it or whatever, but it's pretty common to have like a, you know, turn the game off and then when you load your save, it's going to get deleted. Oh, my sweet summer tire. Spare tire. Arc dock. Pain relief. Extremely illegal stolen technology. Call this the boot of the car. Information about the zone. Hey Johan, how you doing? Use Numa tube. Raptor replacement door. Headset OS. Oh, this is my backpack. Okay, I see blueprints, screw door, metal, plastic, duct tape, glass shards, pinned to checklist. Toolbox by the garage door for a pry bar. Hey, I hope you're able to sleep well. Sorry it's so hot. Duct tape, pry bar, mechanics kit. Whip the pry bar. Let me see. Road flare, glass shards. There's the dumpster. Ah. Scrap the abandoned cars, wheels, panels, and doors. Specific button I have to do for that? Oh, that's the scrapper. Okay. That's interesting. Gotcha. So if I can use a part like that tire, I can take the entire part. Or I can scrap it if I want the constituent pieces. That's neat. The scrapper thing breaks eventually, it looks like. Craft a crude door in the shop. Crude door. Craft. Barely meets every technical specification of what counts as a door. Okay. Get the repair putty from the locker. I don't have room unless I'm holding the spare tire, I see. Equip the repair putty. Which drops the tire on the ground, okay. That's funny. Car took a beating out there, damn. I can store stuff in the trunk. %. Scan the flat tire. Left bumper. Repair the flat by crafting and using a sealing kit. Or use the spare tire in the locker. Let's do the sealing kit and then I can save the spare tire. Presumably I'm allowed to put that in the back. Let's see here. Drop. Trunk crafting. I have to like craft storage essentially. I can't just put stuff back there without crafting a space to put it or something. It'll explain it in a minute. Okay. Filling kit requires an extra duct tape that I don't have. Unless if one dropped over here that I left behind and didn't realize it. Guess I didn't do this panel. There we go, it's duct tape. Okay. Sealing kit. Craft. Nice. Scan the loose wheel. Mechanics kit. I don't know that I would have known that that was loose if the tutorial didn't tell me. It's all cardboard boxes in the trunk. It's all craft mat in the trunk. It's funny. Yeah, thanks for telling me.
Oh, there's a little prototype of mine in the garage. The arc device. Hook it up to your car, wherever it'll fit.
Okay. That's cool.
This beauty won't just be your tour guide. It's your North Star and the only way back to safety. Heck, you should consider it the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit if you plan on staying alive. That's how important this thing will be to you. Yes, that's my very own invention.
Poppy
I'll
like
tell you more
Oppenheimer.
about it if you live long enough to use it.
Probably when I get to the next safe spot, that's gonna have to be my stopping point then. You've really gone all in on the like upgrading and repairing your car aspect of the game. That's really interesting. Switch to charge the battery.
If you're all set, take a look at the projector against the wall.
Oh, really? The next save spot could be 1 to 2 hours from here. Will I be able to save freely before I leave here? Because I guess I could finish the tutorial and then... That seems weird to have a 1 hour episode that's just a tutorial. Thanks for the heads up.
This is the zone. Within these borders, all matter has lost the ability to hold a constant physical state. What that means is the shape, size, and makeup of just about everything constantly changes. A mile of grass can turn into 10 miles of swamp in the blink of an eye, and it does. Constantly. It's caused by something we call instability. We're completely surrounded by it, and once you've watched it chew through entire mountain ranges, you'll understand
that
that
sucks,
you don't want to
Kurt.
get anywhere near it. We can only survive in here within pockets of stability. That's what you're standing in now. And that's what you're seeing mapped on the route planner. If we're going to find you a way out,
Annihilation with a car.
you'll need to build a new
No
antenna.
themes about
Until
human
then,
relationships
you
or
won't be able to
cancers or
detect
whatever.
stabilized routes beyond
Identity.
your immediate area. So, you've got to go hunting for parts, and that means taking a drive. Go on, pick a route. The Arc device in your car will then show you where you need to go.
When am I committing to closing out the tutorial? Because I'm happy to spend the full hour here looting and leaving myself notes for next episode. I just want to make sure that I'm able to save. Get in the car and drive to his own transition. And I can save at any time during the tutorial, or do I lose my ability to save the instant I leave this building, is what I'm worried about. Okay. Well, if you think it's going to be 1 to 2 hours from when I leave this garage until I return, I'd probably have to stop now, as silly as that is. Maybe I'll just hold on to the VOD and stitch it onto the next episode. I'll have to talk with Dipped in Butters, their sub-block game, and just make sure that we book this for like 2 to 3 hours at a time. I didn't know coming into it that it had such a janky save system. It's too bad. I really like the game's premise so far.
Off you go. Make a left out of the garage and follow the access road.
Okay, so this is my last opportunity, literally my last opportunity to save. So what I'm going to do, I'm not going to upload this to YouTube. I'm just going to sit on the VOD until we can get another episode that's like 2 hours or so. I'll stitch this onto that VOD, and then we'll keep going. Future Marstead, watch this whole thing. You'll probably remember that you had to end without finishing the tutorial. Just watch it to make sure you know everything you just did. You basically repaired the whole car. You set up some crafting stations in the car, kind of established the rules for picking things up, how your inventory works. It seems like a really cool game, but it seems like it kind of has some jank around saving, so make sure, I guess we can probably also deposit everything in here. No reason to be carrying most of this stuff. Some of it we probably want to carry in case we need it urgently, but flares seem like it might be useful to have on me. This will likely do. Yeah, good luck. I'm excited to actually play the game next time. Fuel can gets a special place in the trunk where you can store it. Is it as part of the cardboard boxes? Or is that little thing in the bottom left corner? It has to be in my hands. Oh, I see that little, I see what you're talking about. Sorry. Give me a sec to understand what you were saying. That's where I got it in the first place, right? Yeah, future Marstead notes were a second ago. All right, save for real. We'll try this again next time. If you're watching in the future on YouTube, in 1 second, I'll be playing for real. Okay, really quick, this is future me from the end of a stream months later. I'm gonna tell you about it in a second. You're gonna hear past me explain. But I had to do this not on stream. I had to record it offline for reasons, and I also had no access to the internet. So there's a lot of stuff in this that's infuriating. I'll be like, my car will be in the base, and I'm like, where the hell is the gas pump? And I'm like, why is the gas pump outside? There should be a gas pump inside. I find the gas pump. A lot of the stuff that's infuriating, I figure out eventually, I promise. But this is what happens when I have absolutely no access to internet and I don't have chat to help me. There's a couple things that are going to be a little bit infuriating to watch. But I do kind of figure out the game as someone might figure out the game if they didn't have access to the internet, if they got stuck on something. And also it had been 1.5 years since they did the tutorial. So I think this is interesting to watch, but try not to get too furious if I'm confused about something. I do promise I figure it out eventually. Okay, here we go. Okay, so if you're watching this in the future, this is really weird, but I tried to play this game, as you can see here, in July of 2024. Didn't know about the weird saving issue, which is really incompatible with my stream format. Like, unless if I'm able to play this game for, like, a full stream, I need to, like, be able to save at a moment's notice. It can't, like, have, like, an hour-plus commitment for progress. So kept trying to find a way to get this scheduled on stream in a way that made sense. It never really made sense. Then committed to trying to play it offline and could never get the time to play it offline consecutive, where I knew I was committed and nothing could possibly pull me away from it, right? Well, today I have a big internet outage. I can't stream. As you can see, the chat over there is screwed up and the voting system thing in the top right's not working. So I'm going to try to play this game. Today is November 11th, 2025, so like 1.5 years later. I did make notes last time, so I reviewed my notes, but it's really likely that I'm going to be confused about something or forget a mechanic that it was trying to teach me at the tutorial that I had to stop the stream for. And because I'm recording this offline, there's no one in chat who can tell me what I'm supposed to do. So if you're watching on YouTube, I apologize in advance for being lost. I've heard that they've added some kind of suspend feature to this game finally, so maybe after this recording I might actually be able to schedule it for a stream next time and not just do it offline. You're driving a car around, the car is constantly falling apart, you have to do things to, like, repair it, right? That's kind of the basic idea. And getting a handle on the buttons is going to be a bit of a pain. Okay, we don't want to turn on those. Number is supposed to be park. Okay, switch out of park. Okay, here we go. Let me do my best here. It's like a weird, like, annihilation style anomaly zone kind of a thing going on here, I think is supposed to be the idea. Not supposed to go that way. Probably want to follow the markers on the map here is the idea. Okay. Oh, I should start the timer. It's part of the reason I'm not just recording it full screen. Okay, go. Like, I got 36 minutes into this game, and I'm like, oh, I'm not gonna be able to save for an hour and a half? I can't schedule a stream around that. I kind of like that I have to physically look at the map. It's cool. Okay. Not scan. Scan this junction. Not where they want me to go here. Start at the auto shop. Click here. 3 hours. Drive preparation. Missions. Into the wilderness. Take your first drive into the zone. Route map. There's gotta be another button I can press here to, like, actually go, right? This shouldn't be this difficult. What is this screen supposed to be, if not a thing that lets me progress here? Travel, not scanned. Scan this junction at the route planner to reveal details. So I have to go find, like, a route planner. Is that the problem? Planning a drive. Okay. Dude, this is crazy. Like, I should be able to figure out how this menu is supposed to work, and I literally can't. I'm pressing A to travel. Let me try using the mouse, maybe? Is that the problem? Oh, I have to press and hold. God, that's so weird. Okay. Wasn't clear to me at all. Wow. This is gonna be rough, isn't it? Perpetual stability.
Okay, newbie. I'll keep this simple. Don't want to overwhelm that little brain of yours. You'll need a few things to rebuild the antenna at the garage.
Audio balance looks
First
okay.
on
Am
the
I gonna
list is
err on the
plasma.
side of it being a little
The woods are littered
quieter,
with plasma generators.
so it's not
Look
too
for a
loud and you
research
can't hear me?
trailer or a spark tower. That's those antenna things zapping you when you get too close. Both are always accompanied by plasma generators.
I need to, like, put the car in
The
park.
arc device
or-
is picking up on some plasma generators nearby.
Your headset has a built-in scanner. Use it on the plasma generator, and it'll figure out the tools you need.
Okay.
Ah, looks like it's ripe for the picking.
Impact
Can't
hammer.
get at it with your hands, though. An impact hammer will do the trick.
Collect materials and craft replacement parts. Impact hammer. Gas cylinder and gear. Pinned checklist. Okay.
Find those materials by any means necessary. No one's coming back ever again, so go on and take what you need. Transports, homes, outpost facilities, they've all been abandoned since the zone was decommissioned in 87. Most of those structures won't even be there the next time the instability scrambles the area. So loot to your heart's content. Just
Pry bar.
loot away.
So we got scrap metal and 9-volt
Look at
battery.
you, out in the zone all on your own. They grow so fast, don't they? And I'll be back at the helm. Been a long time, old gal. Didn't think we'd talk again after that whole Sasquatch incident.
You like the
Yes, I
car
was
talk,
hoping to go another
guys.
decade without hearing your voice again. What, did you finally talk Francis to death?
Hello to you too, Oppie. And no, I'm still here.
Materials, gather replacement parts. We got a wrecked car here. Guess I'll be able to salvage, because that's what they were trying to train me on doing earlier. Road flares. Crafting stuff is really interesting. This game almost like borderline feels like spiritually reminds me of a battle royale. I mean, that's obviously not what it is at all, but this kind of like just run into all these little rooms and loot stuff lying around as opposed to like a Minecraft type of game, right? Technically activate the road flare and make it a little bit easier for me to see. Just some of the laggiest performance I've had in a game like this too. Like I've got a pretty decent computer. Okay, there's another wrecked car there. Still need a gas cylinder and 2 gears. Gears I can refine, seems to be suggesting. Gear.
Hey, driver. I bet you're dying to hear all about the remnants by now.
Can you not? I'm a little busy trying to keep them alive.
I'll keep to the basics, I promise. They deserve to know
Gas
what they're getting into.
cylinder.
Fine. I'm giving you 60 seconds.
That is not nearly enough time to get...
55 seconds and counting.
Okay. The remnants, in short, they're old objects that do all sorts of weird things. They bind themselves to people, and you're the latest victim. You and the car are inseparable now, so get acquainted. Once the remnant is bound to someone, they become gradually more obsessed with it. It takes over the victim's mind, until they go crazy and run off into the zone with it. No one has ever been able to resist its siren call. That fixation is probably worming its way into your brain as we speak. This is the first time we've ever got our hands on one. But we know all about the past remnants, and oh gosh, this one time it materialized as an old copper kettle, and the tea that came out of that thing, it was...
And now I'm splitting the transmissions going to your receiver. Anything critical to your immediate needs will broadcast directly and immediately to your radio and
Okay,
headset.
radiation hazard there. I
Anything
can't
not
get
mission
in.
critical will be on a low priority frequency. Those transmissions will be recorded and indexed for you to listen to at your leisure. And by low priority, I mean just about everything that comes out of Tobias's mouth.
I think this game has too much voice acting because I think it's like really spooky and like eerie. But I think the eeriness is pretty significantly undercut by these like goofballs talking all the time. I can't tell like what tone they're going for, to be honest. See if I missed anything when I couldn't see as well before. I still need like a gas cylinder, which you think they would like hard spawn here to try to teach me how this mechanic works, but maybe not. I think that actually works, right? Pry bar. Okay, let's see. Don't presently have a pry bar on me. I don't have any in my trunk. Okay, hold on. Here's a pry bar. Put it on my bar, I guess. Equip. Part of this is that this game definitely supports a controller, and it says that it's like meant to support a controller, but a lot of the controller UI, like earlier when I had to click and hold rather than hold down A, didn't seem like it was particularly well supported. Okay. I also don't know if like time is of the essence here. Consumer electronics. Anything else I'm gonna be able to see in here? Lock, need a pry bar, which I do have. Hazmat shower. Okay, that's what I'm here for. Hands only. Roguelike crafting, I guess, is kind of the basic core loop here. So got the impact hammer. Okay. I'm worried that I'm gonna like play this whole game and then never really have the core loop click for me. I don't really know what the game feel is actually supposed to be practically here. I get that it's supposed to be like scavenging and limited time, right? And like spooky zone. Maybe the game is just like suitably weird that it doesn't really map onto another genre. It's kind of just its own thing, more or less. I said something about these things damaging me. Assume that can hit my car? It sure can. Okay. Disable the thing from being able to damage me, is that the idea? It looks like it. Copper wire. There's a way for me to like dodge these arcs while I'm trying to bust these open, you know? Can you get one more plasma somewhere? Keep driving, I guess. Trying to let my car take damage next time. I took some damage that's permanent. I don't know if it's a way for me to clear that off the hood of the car or something. It's pretty spooky looking. I think that's why all the other cars are out here, so I can like siphon gas and like get panels to repair the vehicle. Oh, there's one. Yeah, I'm really curious when or if the click moment happens. That's pretty creepy. I like that.
Well, looks like you're near one of the old Gorilla radio stations. That ought to be prime pickings for antenna parts. I've loaded its approximate location to your map. Look for an antenna tower up on a hill somewhere.
I don't really have any way to, like, feel the charge effect. I don't think that's good. Houses, trailers, gas station, objective area. Okay. It's definitely one of the weirdest feelings I've had playing a game where usually, you know, within like a first hour or so of play, I can be like, okay, I get what this is. This isn't really a horror game because it's more eerie than it is, like, scary. And there might be stuff later that happens that's actually scary, but... Play logbook.
My, where are our manners? Driver, we never introduced
You guys are the car
ourselves.
talk
Not
guys.
really. Tobias Barlow, former Artem maintenance manager. Oh, and here with me is Dr. Francis Cook.
I was a R&D scientist researching limb technology right here in the zone.
We live right in the mid-zone, just a hop, skip, and a jump over another big old wall from where you're at. Oh, and that old bat over there? That's Dr. Ophelia Turner, former director of research and development herself. The mother of limb technology, the maven of electromagnetism.
That's enough.
Resident party pooper.
I really like the tone, I mean, of just exploring this, like, annihilation space. Weird, spooky anomalies. But I guess I've played games before where I wasn't able to grok what the core loop was for a while, but it was still, like, intriguing enough. But here, just like, what is this game, right? Like, what is the closest thing you can compare it to? I guess Cultist Simulator. This isn't anything like Cultist Simulator, but that's another game that I played where I played it for hours and like never really got like what the loop vibe was supposed to be from playing it. Like I got what the story vibe was supposed to be, but
Time to get moving. The instability's ticking up by the second.
okay.
But you can't get back the way you came. The instability makes all routes one way. And that's where my arc device comes into play.
Oh, that's kind of
Get
cool.
you back to the garage, but it needs to be charged first. And to do that, you'll need anchors. Take a look at the arc device display. It maps all anchors in the nearby area. Find an anchor and feed it to the arc device to charge it. But don't you worry your pretty little head about how it works. You'll be out of here soon, so there's no reason to learn more about limb technology than you need to know.
Uh-huh. Tribe the anchor site. Assume that's the little yellow guys we're talking about? Okay, and I think I'm supposed to be getting more, like, materials here, too. You definitely should give the game props for not having, like, an obvious identifiable, oh, this is just Slay the Spire, but with a car loop, right? Like, played, like, 1,100 games in my time streaming over the last 11 years, and very rare that I've played something where I don't even know what this is.
Hey, I'll be like, look, I keep thinking, the way you're helping our friend here right now seems positively helpful. I... Seems like me. You're looking to turn a new leaf or something?
The only thing I want to look at is a 12-year-old whiskey. And the back of this breacher's head when I send them packing.
But isn't it worth taking a detour to run just a tiny little test?
Can't think of a worse way to spend my time.
Please. I've seen you manipulate waveforms with your
This
right
thing,
hand
maybe?
and knock back a double with your left. Or am I to understand you've lost your touch?
Creepy
What I'm understanding is that you won't shut the hell up until I test this
tourists.
remnant.
Yep.
Fine, stop crowding my frequency.
What? Wait, really? Poppy, darling, you never give in this easily. What's going on?
Francis?
Yes?
How have you not thrown him to the bunnies by now?
Okay, so
Those anchors may look like glowing balls of magic, but it's Limtech through and through. Don't be scared. They haven't exploded in anyone's face recently.
okay. Okay, so I have to go on a procedural map to a bunch of different anchor locations. Me, like, go in the trunk and try to heal here? Use healing item. Kind of like the idea that you can only see the map from inside the car. That's cool. Yep, more weird anomalies. Oh, fuck. I dropped the... God damn it. Because I was healing earlier that I dropped it? Just let me put it in my boxes here. Broadcast transmitter. Stable anchor. I feel like I must have dropped another one then, right? I don't have room to deposit that. Don't know where the other one is. Dropped it getting into the car. I feel like I need to keep the car around. Maybe I'm only supposed to have one of these anchors. Where's this arc device they're talking about? Maybe it's in the car somewhere is the idea. Crap. Oh, it'd be like, I'll Google it, but I can't because I have no internet. Is that thing the arc device? Arc device, okay. Yeah, I wonder what happened to the other one that I was carrying with me a second ago. Maybe I dropped it right where this one spawned. Let me go see. Structure of this game is odd too. .4 out of 1. Yeah, so I think I just wasted one of the arc devices. Let me go. It's over on the ground. Actually, I didn't waste it. I don't know when I dropped it or what caused it. Maybe it was when I walked in my car last time. kind of learning a little bit.
The arc device is charged and ready. You'll use it to open a gateway back to the garage, but it will immediately collapse the stability around you. So only activate when you're absolutely ready to leave. You do not want to get caught in the storm that follows.
Okay, so don't activate it until I get close to that area over there, is what we're saying. Isn't the best car for off-roading. More spooky mannequins. I'm right on top of it. Okay. Gateway to oh, okay. So I'm not allowed to just like go up to it immediately. That's also a weird mechanic, right? That it doesn't let you get close first. Like I'm sure what they're doing is there needs to be like an escape sequence or something. Right. Far out? Okay, I'm pretty close to being far enough. Vehicle protection compromised. Alright, well, I might have screwed myself by doing that, but...
You see that glowing pillar in the sky? Drive into it. Yes, it looks like hot death, but it's so much better than getting scrambled by the instability.
Okay, almost out of fuel. Like, I successfully achieved the objective, but I feel like I was supposed to be, like, gathering a bunch more resources and stuff. Trip report, junctions, collectibles, logbooks.
Oh, well. You're alive. For certain if the zone didn't get you, that gateway would. Did I not mention that you're the first human I've sent through that thing?
I mean, they've been rodents, but it's not like it's completely untested. But anyway, it worked. So, you should have made it back with everything you collected out there. That's the beauty of the gateway. It's the only way to get back with all your marbles intact.
Okay.
Now, take those parts you found into the back room. I'll let you use my fabrication station. For now. That station will concoct ways for you to rig up anything from roof racks to flare guns. Assembling an antenna with those parts you brought back should be easy as pie, but it requires anchor juice to work its magic, so bring back as many as you can. And just because I haven't used that garage in decades doesn't mean you can trash the place. Mess up my equipment and I'll throw you to the anomalies so quick you'll get whiplash. We clear?
So, if I understand correctly, I go out, so I can't just get junk. I have to get junk and anchors, and the anchors are going to be energy for crafting. Limited Crafting energy, okay. Alright, this requires the impact hammer that I made, okay. Poppy's pneumatube. And vac. Assume this is just extra stuff here to help me with crafting. Fabrication station. Okay, so now am I gonna understand the game? Is it about this crafting tree? Scanning antenna. To install this on the car is what we're saying. It's like we're slowly upgrading the car, I guess, is the idea. Lost my bumper, I think. I don't know where to install this thing. The hood of the car, maybe? Install the antenna on the roof. Okay, I see now. Of this building, not of my car. Okay. So we're like upgrading the garage and we're upgrading the car. It's like the core loop.
Antenna signals coming through loud and clear. Give it a moment to initialize.
I feel like this game is just like always throwing tasks at you with not a lot of rhyme or reason. Handbrake. Install the handbrake in the engine bay.
Make sure to empty your trunk before heading back out. You'll need the space.
Search the dumpster for something to help you unload the trunk. Lights in good condition. Repair car. Fill tank. Pack survival tools. Okay.
And we're patched. Everything's in working shape, more or less. I've hooked up the antenna to the route planner. Give it a look after you're done peeping through my garage.
Get the repair putty that's over here. Hold on. So I can place one of the panels with this, I guess. Panels, doors, and bumpers installed. So what am I still missing here? Front panel somewhere? I guess I could look around and see if there's like another wrecked car somewhere that I can salvage. Well, nope, that's not what we wanted. We wanted to take the thing off. Which is I used the... It says hold right trigger with the pry bar to remove it. It's not doing anything. I'm just damaging it when I hit it, I think. And now my pry bar is busted. Okay. Oh, this is a weird game. Oh, here's some extra ones. My inventory full, is that the problem? Headlight. Transfer trunk. Says I'm missing panel door and bumper. I've got the bumper in the back, I have the bumper in the front. So what else is missing here? I know you're probably watching this on YouTube like, dude, it's so obvious, but it's hard to express to you how weird this game's approach to the tutorial is. Transfer trunk. I guess this is just to make walking around with stuff a little bit more convenient is the idea. I also don't know what's up with all just like the random junk that's lying everywhere, right? Like how often is there going to be junk when I come back to the base that I can use to repair stuff? This is one of the things I don't know. Assume that means there's a headlight I can reclaim somewhere. Any of these wrecked cars ever have headlights, right? Maybe it's gonna like a matter of crafting stuff. Okay, so some things I need to put in the trunk, like road flares is what they're saying. I already have more than enough. They recommend 3 road flares and I have 7. Okay. I think I understand that. I can make another pry bar, since I apparently wasted mine. Still wish I knew. Is there like a broken door somewhere? Door. Let me try to count them here. Panel, door, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So there's obviously another thing I'm missing here. This will be interesting to watch somebody try to figure this out with no Google and no people in chat, right? Like, I mean, if it like highlighted the thing that I'm missing, that would go a long way here. Panels, panels. Maybe there's supposed to be a panel that goes on the trunk. Is that the problem, maybe? Let me see if I can find another one lying around somewhere. I really don't understand what's happening with the dumpster there. And back. Maybe if I go in my inventory, I can try to get a better sense of what this stuff does. More info. Okay. Quickly collect items. Okay. Trunk door empty. That's the problem. I guess I never had a trunk door. Wow, okay. That's okay. It took me a while to figure out, but so now we just have to do the headlights. We have to fill the tank. We have to repair the car. Got this repair putty. Let's try to fix something, I guess. Eventually you get really good panels, I guess, is part of the idea here. I'm guessing I'm not going to be able to fully repair. Like, if there's just not a headlight here, there's nothing I can really do about that, right? We're 85%. Let me try to craft some repair putty, I guess. Okay. I think the order in which they tutorialize this stuff, because they tutorialize a lot of this stuff when you first come here and not the first time you do something significantly dangerous, which is to go out and get like the anchors and stuff. So it feels like they should have tutorialized this way later, and it's strange the order in which they did it. So I can repair the tires here. I think anything green is maybe good enough, is what we're getting at here. I'm like doing excessive repairs at this point. Yeah, because I'm not getting the full benefit of the repair putty, I guess. Okay. I'll make one more. It still wants me to have a battery jumper. Is that a thing I can craft? Yes, but it requires electronics, which I didn't get. Okay. So hopefully I don't need that. And then fill tank. Do get a spare. Try to find some gas. Don't think that required me to craft something today. Okay, we can make a headlight. Okay. Now I definitely do need to fill the tank. I wonder if the dumpster diving thing is like a you're screwed because you're out of items, so we're just gonna give you some things. That must be the deal. Okay, so I need a fuel can. I thought I had one before I left on the last mission, but I guess maybe I didn't. None of these are fuel cans, so there's just supposed to be a fuel can somewhere in the facility that I need to track down. And remember, If you're watching this on YouTube, you just watched all this get tutorialized to me, and then there was a 1.5 year long jump. So some of it tracks, like it makes sense. Okay, use the repair putty, right? Like that stuff is completely reasonable. Decal kits. Okay, so you can like upgrade your car's looks. Matter deconstructor requires more specific materials. So I think this is supposed to be the core loop. I think it's supposed to be build this big tech tree, right? Like go out and scavenge for materials and then build this, and then you'll be all good to go. Autovac. Okay, so that picks up all the stuff that I left on the ground, so I don't have to like search everywhere to find it. Actually, I think if I recall correctly, the fuel tank was a special here. It was like a thing that didn't have to go in the cardboard boxes because it always came with the car, maybe? It is like I've spent my entire adult life and most of my teen life being able to Google things, so it feels uniquely powerless right now to not be able to look anything up. Oh, it shows the fuel can is in there. Fuel can 1 out of 1. Does that mean it's in my inventory right now? Scrapper. I think they want me to spend as much of this as possible before I go back out there because they mentioned something about trying to save resources like that. Car maintenance recommended. I don't want to break this thing, right? Wait, so it said I had the fuel can a second ago and now it doesn't? Oh my god. I'm gonna pause the recording just because I know this has got to be maddening if you're a fan of Pacific Drive, but I really don't know where the fuel can is. Give me a sec. Okay, as soon as I paused it, I saw it because I remembered from watching the VOD that it was in the car somewhere, but then the cardboard boxes kind of made it hard to see there. Okay. I don't know if I'm able to get more gas. Yeah, we already totally siphoned that one. Oh fuck, I don't want to throw it out. I think I had a gas station the last zone I went out to. I don't know if that gas works outside there. But I think also as soon as I go outside the garage, it like triggers the next level. It might not be until I get to the map, so that might not actually be a problem. I was able to top off to full health every time I come back here. Always get a battery charge. Okay, which is why it's zapping when I get here to tell me, hey, we can give you 1 free charge, I guess is what they're saying. Right, the game is kind of sort of coming together a little bit better now.
Verification a one and done thing. I'm sending you to visit Colossal Cappy. If that old anomaly doesn't induce electromagnetic resonance in your car, then we're free from Tobias's fever dreams and we can get you out of here. With that antenna fixed, you can now detect stabilized road junctions in the outer zone. You've got a stable route heading straight to Cappy's front door, but the energy readings are off the roof. I advise you not to take the zone lightly. Better gear up or you may not survive the trip. Which would make my life easier, so...
Take all the time you need. Instability won't advance. Okay. So let's just do something closer instead of going straight to the objective, because I think the game's slightly clicking a little bit better now, maybe? Let's guess Wait. But I have to like bring the car over here to use that. Okay. Well, let me put the fuel canister back. I don't think I can fill it from there. So I guess I wanted to do it from the here and not use up my canister. See if I can fill the canister. Pull the car up closer, I guess. Yes, I can do that. Okay. So I got everything but a battery jumper, I guess. Such a fucking strange game. Okay. Sign car abilities. Skid on demand. Okay, so these are like relics almost that you unlock. Temporary abilities. I feel like a handbrake is not the most interesting thing to give me here. It's like a first power-up. Try not to slightly bump into things like I was doing before. Okay. Yeah, last time I played, it was only supposed to be a 1 hour sub block, so I got like 40 minutes into the tutorial and I didn't actually get to play the game, so it still wasn't clear to me from the tutorial, like, okay, well, what's the actual core loop, right? Like, what am I mainly doing when I play this? Okay, and then press and hold the button. Perpetual stability is great. I don't think I have to worry about the car meaningfully taking damage. I learned what kind of stuff is like reasonable to try to scavenge from busted down cars, you know? Oh, I have full inventory still, shit. Some kind of danger indicator. Something can damage me here. Remnants part 1.
Oh, you know what my favorite remnant was? The record player. You remember, Francis? You play records normally, but then every now and then you hear weird voices. Like that one time it was my 5th grade lunch lady.
This again.
You know, the sooner I get this out of my system, the sooner you can have some peace and quiet.
Fine.
Hey, atta girl. Oh, boy. Hey, driver, listen. Of all the legends, of all the stories that have spawned in the zone, trust me, there are so many. Remnants, one of the best.
I'll start from the beginning. In 1964, strange objects began appearing throughout the zone. They were shabby, cast-off things that were imbued with strange properties. A broken microwave that froze food instead of warming it. A rusty can of paint that produced every color in existence. Always so out of place.
Some of the anomalies are just driving are really cool.
Yeah, you know, like a mysterious car in the forest, right?
Okay, so that's a thing I don't want to be standing on, I guess. Oh, that's also bad. Hey, don't take my fucking shit, man. I'm gonna die. This is the mistake I made was leaving my car here, I guess. I think my car just got, like, seriously fucked up. Anomalies are very cool. Let me look at this really quick. Okay, so there's a gateway there, there's a junkyard. Don't want that gateway. Cabins, towers. Towers. Okay, so we want to try to, like, gather as much I can, since last time I did almost no scavenging, I guess, is the idea.
I wonder if you're already feeling the remnants' effects, driver. Have you been fixating on the car, maybe?
If only we knew where remnants came from. Then we'd have a place to start on how to help you. This is no typical anomaly.
Right, yeah. The anomalies we know, they're creepy, crawly, and weird. Like visible manifestations. The remnants were the only ones that wormed its way into your brain. There's something much, much more.
Remnant experiment. I guess I'll try to use all these resources next time. I don't think I have somewhere to permanently store them. I feel like maybe the closest game is, like, what if Subnautica, instead of having an authored map, had a procedural map? Because the scavenging and crafting stuff kind of reminds me of a game like Subnautica or Grounded. Sort of. But instead of there being, like, nodes that you're harvesting from, you know, like, here's like an ore node, it's almost all scavenging from, like, buildings? Maybe all the buildings, maybe I should think of a building as this is like an iron ore node, right? Or a copper ore node or whatever. Because I guess a game like Subnautica makes perfect sense to me, right? I completely understand what the core loop is, like the objective is. Oh, I can just close the door in my head, Jesus Christ. I'm trying to, like, upgrade my base, essentially, so that I can get more crafting stations, which gets me access to more crafting recipes, which eventually works me towards some kind of like final objective, right? But something that I've always really praised about games like Subnautica and Grounded is that exact feature that it's a, oh shit, what the fuck? Happy hair. That it's all authored, right? It's not procedural at all. It's this one map that the developers put a lot of thought into. What is a happy hair? The only huggable anomaly in the zone. Is it like use healing item? Is it healing me or something? It's got a healing icon on it, as though it would heal me. Not everything's been bad. Repairs things, seeking out damage material and regenerating it. Okay. So can it, like, repair my car, for instance? Maybe I have to, like, set it down for it to repair stuff? Repairing whatever it's touching, maybe? You're healing me if I'm standing in front of it. Okay. I think that's the idea, is that it specifically heals health. It does not heal the car. Some better stuff on this car. I guess I already have a steel panel. Summer tire, steel door. Abandoned cars. These things exist to, like, steal my shit, so I can't just leave it out. Looted, I guess, is the idea. Okay, whatever. Let me try to get this panel off, maybe. I could siphon some of the gas. Repair this one with steel putty. I don't know if the scrapping tool is worth it in most cases, right? Oh, I tried to steal it the first time, but it got stuck on the car, and so it didn't succeed. Okay, well, whatever. I don't think that thing can steal my car, can it? So far, it feels like most of the scavenging I can do is for kind of more boring, stackable materials like scrap metals, copper wire, fabric, rubber. There's got to be some things that are, like, especially exciting to be able to scavenge, right? So that's my presumption anyway. I don't know if I just need to find some of the panels floating in, like lying on the ground. I can't just like straight up take a panel off a car. I thought they tutorialized that, but there it seems whenever I try to scrap it, it just gets destroyed and turned into an item. That's really weird looking. Okay, let's check that out. I guess these are the runs that you can't really suspend save in. Oh, there is a suspend and quit. That's something they must have just recently added. But when I first played this 1.5 years ago, there was no option, I suppose. Pothole. Danger. All right, what else we got here? Let's check the junkyard, maybe. Probably want to get as much anchor energy as I can. It seems like that's a really powerful thing to bring back since it's required to do all the special recipes at the fabricator. Creepy. Kind of reminds me, I think I probably mentioned this in the first 30 minutes, but it's like Stalker crossed with Subnautica crossed with the movie Annihilation. Steel door. Okay, it just says recommended tool scrapper. Trunks tend to be pretty worth it, it seems like. And there's no, like, grabbing the panel to pop it off there to use it, right? Probably just have to craft those from scratch back at the base. Probably gonna have to make another one of these scrappers. Yeah, let's see. They're relatively cheap to make, okay. I'm guessing like the core like catharsis of this game is like finding some kind of really rare resource that's really convenient. And that's a fully undamaged steel panel, right? Steel sheet. Ideal for use in panels, doors, and other bodywork. Okay, so that's the kind of thing that I'm hoping for, that I get something like that on a thing that I'm scrapping. I think I get it. Let me try to gas up the car really quick. Refill my tank. Gotcha. Okay, I think I get that part. I'm starting to kind of get it. It's weird though, like I guess if you're a Pacific Drive fan, let me know in the comments whether you thought this game made sense immediately or it took a little while for you to figure out what the fuck the deal was. Okay, so this, I assume, is just like a temporary anomaly and not just like an issue with the zone. Because it said that I was somewhere that was like peaceful. I guess that happened to me earlier when I first loaded into the level, right? So maybe it's the same kind of idea that it just, the anomaly triggers partway through. I do like the spooky Pacific Northwest anomaly stuff. I think that's neat. It's hard for me to know whether that's just going to get worse and worse or if it eventually is just going to go away. But it looks like it's expanding, so I'm going to drive away from it for now. Hurricane Squall. Careful, this could be very dangerous. Definitely seems dangerous. Oh, that's the entirety of the anomaly that I'm driving in right now. Okay. But I thought that I was safe from something really bad like this happening just during normal play. I think I'm gonna die, but at least then I'll learn that I don't get infinite time to loot or whatever. Unless if the anomaly eventually, like... It's possible it'll be gone eventually, right? Like it's like moving through the area and then I won't have to deal with it anymore, so I'm just gonna drive through it for the moment. I do like that a lot of the stuff that's dangerous isn't just like scary monsters and stuff. It's like weird anomalies like this windstorm. It's cool. Now that I see how this suspend and quit thing works, I think after I do this off-stream session, I'll just schedule this in the future and stream it because I'm not as worried about like needing to have at least 90 minutes to explore, right? I really like that you need to be in the car to see the map, and then you have to remember where shit is after that. I think that's really clever. Sizzling mist. Danger. Don't know if that's able to move over to my car. Be problematic if it is. Thought there was a thing up here. Oh, that's really what this color is. Maybe not. Oh. Don't think that's what I'm looking for. I'm trying to grab one of the anchors. Try to see what the deal is with this truck. Fuel tank. Guess I'm not allowed to scrap that for some reason. Oh, right, I have to have it. Like, it can be selected, but not actually actively in my hand, which is weird. Yeah, I wish lootables were, like, had, like, a constant outline around them or something. Sometimes I struggle to see them. Fuel tank. off-road tires, which I don't think I can remove. Yeah, I need like a highlight all interactables button or something. The idea is just that it has a lot of gas in it. It's like the whole special bit here. Okay, let me see if I can find my way back to the car. There's the anchor that I was looking for. Watch out for that, like, scavenger thing to steal this from me. It's neat that a lot of the anomalies feel like they're weather themed, for lack of a better way of framing it. So I want to go get this one and then probably get out of here. And the lack of GPS is cool. I'm getting this game a little bit better now. It's kind of coming together. I think part of the problem is it's just there's a lot to try to teach you. Like, I don't know that there's too much they could have done to try to like give you a really simple short tutorial and then slowly increase the complexity. I guess they could like maybe start you with an almost invincible car and then try to introduce you to the idea of like, okay, well, now you have to worry about gas, now you have to worry about panels, now you have to worry about this, because that's what the tutorial is really focused on. And I feel like that's not really what the game is about. Like, it is something you have to deal with eventually, but it's not like the main concern. Oh shit. Wind is definitely giving me trouble here. Let me get out here and just walk straight ahead of me, I think, from here. Whoa, it's freaky. It's not a fun anomaly. Well, it is fun, but it will obliterate me if I touch it. There's one of those scavenger things. Okay, and the headlights are sometimes a guide to get back to your car, I suppose. But I do really like that you get no map. Like, I feel like that's one of the core concepts of the game, is you only get the map in the car, then you have to kind of keep track of stuff from there. That's really smart. I like that. Ideally, we get back to the road here. This fucking guy. want to try to loot this stuff over here. I need to do more looting, I think, before I leave the zone. Looks like more of the saw blade. Let me heal myself really quick. Oh right, this thing. Do I even have an auto hammer on me? Maybe in the car. Established that those are pretty important.
Good morning. I hope you all had a lovely sleep. You can believe it, it's Friday once again. Sector 2 is bright, sunny with a beautiful breeze, about 53 Fahrenheit.
No plasma that time? Just glass shards? Kinda sucks. Oh, we should be scrapping these. Okay, that makes sense. That's how you get electronics, I see. Gotcha. So I left those behind in another place. So I don't think I saw the scrapper indicator. Light blue paint. Well, that's different. Pressurized cartridges. So much of this stuff stacks, which makes it's kind of weird to me that it doesn't just like not take up space in your inventory. Maybe it has a max stack cap or something. Probably can go try to end this stage now because the inventory is full. I hate that you can close it on your head. It's kind of mean. Okay. Car stuck? It says drive. Oh, I accidentally turned the car off. Fuck. Okay. Watch out for these saw blades. Then you get the kind of closing circle. Looks really cool. Okay. Let's flick it a little bit. Still not all the way there.
I'm marginally impressed. Not bad, newbie.
Okay.
Are you making use of my
Assume
fabrication
it's gonna
station to
remind
fix up
me
that
of the
joker? You
driver's
should, while I'm still in
checklist.
the mood to allow it. And there's the test track behind the garage, if you need to take anything for a spin.
Okay. Need 3 more gears. craft from here? I think it draws on that, right? Assume that I can do all crafting here from any... I can just do it from my car. Okay. Matter deconstructor kit. Yeah, okay. I think this game is it's Subnautica. It's procedural Subnautica with a car. Holy shit. Where's it want me to put this thing? On your way to town, deposit collected paints and decals in the paint shelf. Should figure out what they want me to do with this matter deconstructor kit. Okay, so that's just like permanent storage of something. There's probably permanent storage of other things too. Okay, so I'm upgrading the base. Recycle car components in seconds. Don't get your hand caught in the suspension matrix. So this is... I get that I'm supposed to put stuff in there, right? They didn't give me a bunch of free panels this time, it seems like. Expanded locker, storage locker for tools, items, and equipment. Actually, that seems pretty fucking important. Research steel sheet. Detailing station. Matter regenerator. Oh, it repairs car components that you left behind. Okay. Activate multiple times before overheating. Okay, yeah, so if I understand it as Subnautica, it makes substantially more sense. Way more sense. It's really interesting that, like, I feel like I played Subnautica and I played Grounded for, like, 10 minutes. And Subnautica was the first game I'd played of its type. I mean, I'd done, open world survival crafting, which is usually a death sentence in most of the versions of it I've played. If the game is described as that, it means I'm not going to enjoy it. But Subnautica, like, clicked for me almost immediately, and I was like, oh, this game rules. I get it. Like, I'm excited to explore around and fight stuff and build out my base, and I can kind of tell what my next big objective that I'm working toward is. I think I would like this game better if it had a fixed map and wasn't like... It's really interesting that they decided to present it as these, like, trips out into the zone. It almost feels roguelike, procedural. But I feel like the anomalies would be way cooler if it was, like, there's a scripted place where you're supposed to encounter this one kind of anomaly, right? Like, imagine if you were playing a procedural version of Subnautica and the Reapers were just procedural spawns, right? Instead of knowing that there's one that spawns outside the Aurora, right? That's so cool, I think. Kind of shared experience with everybody playing the game. You know that it's there and a player's going to encounter it. I guess these things are easy enough to come by that I shouldn't have to worry about using the scrapper durability, right? I don't think it's necessarily like the concept of making a game like this procedural and kind of making it a pseudo roguelike. I don't think that's necessarily rotten to its core. Maybe it works. But I don't know, I'm just picturing the version of this game that has an authored, grounded, or Subnautica-style map instead of it being randomly generated, and it sounds a lot more exciting to me. I guess it's maybe trying to be a little more like Terraria in the sense that, you know, it's procedural, but it's a bunch of like authored set pieces. So like if you find a cabin, that cabin has been designed by hand to have certain things. So as you play the game for a while, you kind of get used to different salvaging biomes, for lack of a better word. I'm not sure. Recommended tool hands. At some point I'll get the code for that, I guess is the idea. Charge the car. Activate the driver's checklist at the status monitor. Okay. Can make a battery jumper now. I don't want those to be turned on. I have a note in my future Marstead files for how to do the fucking windshield wipers. D-pad. Okay. I don't think the gas is meaning. It's really weird that you can fill the gas outside the building, but they still prompt you to do it from here. Or maybe it's not infinite when you go outside the building or something like that. I don't know. Yeah, I guess this would make a lot more sense to me if you started with like significant storage right away. I don't think I'm meant to be able to put stuff in that toolbox. Let me check. Okay, everything stacks up to 20. Maybe this is where I can store shit between runs or something. I don't know, man. Hopefully, like, anything I do draws on that. To, like, pull it out of there. Battery jumper. Okay. Yeah, I don't think anything else in the area. Where they give you that? Maybe so you don't like get screwed and not have enough resources to like do another run or something. Fill the tank when we get outside. Battery's charged. Tend to your wounds at the first aid station. Okay. Feels like they really deliberately went out of their way to make this like a very manual process, you know? Which is kind of an odd choice. What's this guy? Right, steel sheets. Like they want you to come back here and kind of mechanically go through and fix your car every time instead of you just coming back and instantly getting everything refilled, right? It's kind of an odd choice. I'm wondering if I'm able to just ditch some stuff here. Because it looks like I was able to leave some things on the ground, but I wonder, I assume some of them have to despawn. Let's see what's the transfer trunk. Sometimes the dumpster knows best. Maybe the idea is that, like, the dumpster will spit stuff out if you threw it out, so you can't permanently lose it, is what we're doing. I don't think I'm meant to be able to store stuff in that trunk. I don't think that's how that's supposed to work. Maybe it is, and I'm just stupid. All right, let me finish repairing the car, I guess. I guess the headlights being on is killing the battery. Okay. Well, I think we're good. I've maxed this out with 20 stack. Do I have any other glass I can throw in there, maybe? Okay. That's as good as that's gonna get. Trying to close it on my own head. Let's do the route planner. And I eventually have to go here, but I kind of want to do one more regular excursion just to try to make sure I fully understand the core mechanic here. And it's so weird that I can just gas for free outside, but they still, like, tell me to do it from in here. Let me turn the headlights off real quick. I guess I can turn the car off, and maybe that is keep the battery from discharging while I'm standing here. And maybe this is only like a limited amount of gas and eventually it runs out is the idea. Seems pretty unlimited at the moment though. That handbrake is like super amazing for someone who's really into like driving games or something, but it's kind of an underwhelming first unlock to get here for the car. Or at least I don't see what makes it so beneficial for like survival, right? Alright, well that's the one I checked. I guess I can do multiple scans as part of the idea here. This is the same place spatially as last time, but if we assume that it's procedural, then I assume the map's going to be pretty different. It's just like whatever the modifiers are that affect the map that you're visiting. Okay, so the base layout is the same, like the pattern of the roads, but there are new anchors that spawned here, 2 of them it looks like, and maybe different loot at different buildings. Okay. That would make sense that if it's,
Oh,
the map
what
is
about
always
those
the same, but the
anomalies?
stuff that
I
spawns
don't
in the map
recommend
is
you spend
different.
much time around them. Unless you've got a death wish, in which case, be my guest. When we're all dead and gone, and limb technology but a footnote in the history books,
Heat is
the
exchange.
anomalies will
Height is
remain.
exchange.
They're the legacy of our work here, and the Olympic Peninsula belongs to them now.
Howdy! Come check out what I've got up for trade.
Okay.
I can't exactly promise anything isn't used or pre-owned. Only some of this was made with my own hands. But it's good to reuse. No need to be wasteful.
Paddle tire. But I have to turn in scrap and flare gun.
Sometimes I need time to think things over too. I get it.
I don't think I can afford that just yet, but I can go try to like break down some of the cars I passed maybe.
What you see is what I've got.
I need 5 more, okay. So let me try to back up. I think overall this game will make way more sense once I have significant locker storage,
If it does, hit it back.
so that I feel like I'm making permanent progress in terms of like acquiring materials at the base. Oh, there's one right here. Okay. Scrap metal. Yeah, I don't think it would be necessarily bad for this game if loot that popped out from salvaging like that had like a little tiny loot beam on it or something, you know? Sometimes I can understand why a dev wouldn't want to include that, but... I guess they really had to fight for the suspend save feature. I wonder if they had some ideas where they like refused to do something for like the game feel, but the game is still kind of arcadey and video
I always
gamey.
knew bartering was more commonsensical than scraps of paper. Even before I found myself a post-catastrophe saleswoman.
Okay, paddle tire. Is that gonna be better than the spare tire? Do I have to completely replace everything? It's gonna drive stupid is the question. It might not be that I can't replace it until I get back home. Transfer materials. That's convenient. Trying to read a description of the thing. It's equip, which we don't want. Okay. Get these anchor devices. Definitely prefer when it's daytime. Spooky. So I'll need to make another impact hammer in the future, I suppose. Sodium vapor light, which there's a hand vac. Huh. Danger. I left one of those back at my pace. Maybe I'll pick that up later and bring it back. Assuming it didn't despawn. I have to figure out how that's supposed to work exactly. Let's use the headlights as a way to help me orient myself here. Pretty spooky. This thing gives off light a little bit, not really though. Yikes. I'm actually a little bit worried here. I think that's the light of my headlights. Okay, thank you, headlights. Continue on the road here. I want to get whatever's in there. Nothing in the backpack. Rude. Okay, the other one is like right off the road, which is convenient. That tree, I assume that's a kind of anomaly. Seems like grabbing these basically always triggers some anomaly bullshit. Oh fuck. When I got knocked, I dropped it. See an anomaly coming through here. I had to go to one of these places. Where would I go? Trailers. Did the exchange. More cabins. Kind of don't want to be dealing with the anomaly coming through here while I'm trying to exit. just be there's not gonna be anything I can do about it, you know. That's spooky. It's pretty cool though. I guess technically I could just leave from here. I kind of want to go check out that cabin just to do something. Car looks interesting. Looks like it was painted. Whoa. That was freaky. Oh, I think I need to go. I wonder how many distinct anomalies there are in the game. Loot this cabin and then we'll get out of here. And then I'll try to do something a little bit more risky this time now that I think I understand things slightly better. Health notice. Plasma charger. Huh. What is that? Motivate an exhausted car. Point this at your battery and okay. Anything worth looting in here? It said cabins, but instinctively went to check my map. So different containers tend to have different rewards in them. Cool Game Boy. And not having like a map marker or compass indicator to show you where your car is a really great, deliberate game design choice. Go ahead and activate that. Let me be pointed in the right direction first, I guess. I don't know what the electrified hood practically does, if it's like a problem. I feel like you can see the beam from pretty far away. that's creepy. I do think the game does a pretty good job of managing the eeriness, and I've done it now a couple of these runs where there's like very little or no dialogue. I don't think the logs are necessarily rotten. I think it kind of maybe helps for what they're going for, that they don't want you to be like terrified, but I think it might be interesting if you didn't start hearing human beings talking to you until you were like maybe halfway through the game. But I guess they're pretty dependent on them talking to you to tutorialize stuff.
But my, what's this? Are you learning a thing or two? My dear newbie,
There's hope for you
Thanks,
yet.
Oppie. It's been tough. That first run was messy. Okay, so stuff did not despawn from the toolbox. The hand back did not despawn.
Yet? It's behind the shop. If you're ever in dire need, pay it a visit. As much as the zone takes away,
Have enough energy for
sometimes
this.
she also provides.
I have to, okay, research steel sheets. Let me see if I can do that. Okay, so we get a free door that I don't need. That did something, or it spit the resources somewhere, I take it. Okay, don't know where though. You shut the car off. See if the battery starts to die. Use the Tinker Station to identify and fix the car's quirks. Oh. Interesting. This is like a car computer diagnostic tool. So am I like programming the car to do interesting things? That's really weird. Unless if there's like weird anomalies that can fuck up the car that I can like turn off is what we're saying. Okay, so like something fucked up can happen to my car that like makes my headlights flicker on and off, and then I can try to use that to troubleshoot it. I don't know if it's supposed to be that or if it's supposed to be like a feature programming thing. I don't know how many times I meant to visit the friendly dumpster. I also need to find where I go to research text, because it's not the fabricator. Does something. Presumably isn't just destroying it. Just make sure it doesn't like spit it out again here. No, it keeps spitting it out. And I'm guessing that putting it in there isn't actually doing anything then? Be weird. Okay, let's look for like computer consoles maybe before we do the route planner. Don't think research would be from crafting station, right? Probably should be careful turning this stuff on. Copper wire 10, steel sheet 6. Your review here. Fix the car. parts. Turn, prepare. Hold on, I just don't want to get copyright flagged here. Refine gear. Oh, here we go. It's in this list. Confirm for bulb. Okay, so now I just have that. Let's see. I feel like they really needed to introduce early on that there are multiple tabs here that I'm going to want to check out. But okay. Okay, so now in theory I can make steel sheets. Definitely want that locker. Scrap metal. I burned all my scrap metal, didn't I? Makes sense. Guess this car is always here and is able to be destroyed when I come back. It's also possible that I never finished destroying this one. Scrapping crafted item. I don't know why it's giving me that. Like, I assume there's some kind of very intentional mechanic that's happening here where, like, can't craft this. Like, why, though? Because I have the requirements for it, don't I? I assume, like, there's some kind of reason why it would spit out a crafted crude door at me here that I can't destroy. It doesn't seem to be because I lost a door on my last outing, because I still have all 4 of my doors. But I feel like the game is full of little things that happen like that. Like, oh, there's a reason it's doing this, but we're not going to tell you. But it's also not like a mystery-oriented game where we're expecting you to figure it out, you know? Oh, is it because I have to be at this workstation? Is that the problem? That must be it. Okay. So that's my second steel sheet. I need a total of 6 of them. I'm wondering how safe I am to just throw stuff on the ground, you know? Well, I guess I can already use this locker. Okay. Maybe I don't urgently need another locker just yet, if I can just store stuff here. I know there's also a locker in the room with the fabricator, but I don't know, it seemed like that was like a thing to let me loot at the beginning. It wasn't clear to me that that was intended to be a source of storage that I could use. Why can't I move this? Because my hand is full with repair putty, I guess. Okay. This is an insanely interesting game. I'm not sure that it totally works for me. And there's stuff in it that I really like. Like, I really like the idea of the zone and the anomalies. I think it's a game that's kind of asking the player to meet it maybe more than halfway in order to enjoy it. Which I tend to like games meeting me halfway. It's an old Penny Arcade bit where Tycho's talking about like how Tycho is willing to suffer for games, and Gabe definitely is not. I definitely am more on the side of being willing to suffer for games, depending on the game. But I think there's certain kinds of missing quality of life features that really like irk the shit out of me, or missing tutorials that irk the shit out of me, where I'm like, why isn't this explained? Like, okay, so we get, by opening this room, I got a second locker. Okay. And all the crafting I want to do, I can do from anywhere in here. I could try, see if it lets me swap this tire out. I think there's supposed to be a way to remove the tire, and I think that was tutorialized. Just try to not deal with it for now because it's annoying. Maybe tell me in the comments how that's supposed to work so I can know for next time. Okay, survival tools are good. I can fill the tank when we go outside. The battery is draining fast because of the headlights. I did turn the car off. Car is repaired, and this time I deposited all of the stuff, so maybe I can actually bring some more useful stuff back next time. I guess there's some materials you want to bring so you can like spot craft an extra scrapper or something. Or I guess I could put this scrapper away and craft a new one now. And just use this whenever I'm in my base, right? Scrap metal. Really wish I understood what the fuck the deal is with the dumpster. It's... I think I theoretically understand what the deal is with the dumpster, but... I think we're good to go here. Let me try to do the more difficult route this time. The one they actually want me to do. 1 scanner charge. So I guess the idea is that in the future I'll be able to scan more. Okay. Still in perpetual stability, so we're still on baby mode, I guess. There must be like crazy shit that can happen to your car, which is why you need that computer diagnostic tool. I don't know very much about cars, but I assume that's like the thing that a mechanic will use to figure out what's wrong with your car. How weird that is to have that be outside of the base where it tells me to refuel the car. Maybe there's also a gas nozzle inside the base. I guess they could do a thing where like you unlock convenience upgrades, like quality of life improvements that will like auto putty your car whenever you get back to base or something, so you don't have to do it manually every time. I don't mind having quality of life as a reward for exploring the tech tree, if in fact that's what they're going for with that. Alright, so this kind of feels like my first real run now that I've actually deposited stuff and I'm not carrying a bunch of bullshit that I don't need on me. The idea is I have to go to one of these two first. Let's go to the one that I've been to a bunch of times. I know it's boring, but... So I click here and I can't do it. I'm guessing if I get the anchors, it takes me to the next zone instead of taking me out of here, which is interesting. And in car. Also theoretically where like having the vacuum on you all the time would be slightly convenient. Feels like it's worth scrapping all of this, but maybe that's wrong, or I shouldn't be doing this. I need to have a million materials back at the base. Plenty of gas in case that becomes a problem later, I guess. Probably should get in the habit of turning the car off. I actually have like 4 people PTSD. Whenever I turn the key in the car, I'm worried it's not going to turn over. Like literally every time I do it in a car, I'm like, it's not going to turn over. It's not going to turn over. Gonna have this is the check engine light problem that financially ruins us, right? You're excited if you see a steel door because you might get a steel sheet, but maybe that requires that the thing be at full health when you go to scrap it. Almost full steel panel. Alright, let me save my scrapper in case I run into anything else here. Transfer materials. Yeah, some of the stuff I only knew from asking chat in the first stream. You get the sense that the game is divided into runs, but like, what's the scope of a run? I think I kind of get it now. It's like you come out here, there's 2 anchors that you have to get, well, at least 1 anchor that you should get because it powers the main tech tree. And it requires you to get at least 1 to be able to leave, so that your run, you don't like come out here and then just like completely waste your time, right? But let me check something real quick. Sorry. Okay. I'm sure my OBS settings weren't fucked up since I'm not streaming. Ooh, that's a full health steel door. See if yeah, it did give me a steel sheet. Okay. So now I know that's a thing. Don't think that's a reactor. Don't think that's safe to fuck with, and I don't think it's an anomaly. Any others? Okay, not a full steel door. It feels like getting a free steel plate is kind of a big deal because it's pretty expensive to make from scratch. Being on the back here is kind of cool. I'm hoping that my internet was going to come back like any second during this recording, and it still hasn't happened. It's been dead for like 5 hours at this point. It's crazy. There's like one backbone for the whole town, and it technically powers both the 5G and all the broadband. So when the line gets cut, we just lose all internet. So I can't even like pull up my phone to look stuff up. I can't even like use my phone to tell my viewers like, hey, I can't go live today because I have no internet. KRBZ. Okay, I guess I'm just gonna drive through this here. It might be a mistake. Let's put me on the fritz a little bit. Me check my gas situation. Let me just handle this. Whoa. Just a free stable anchor. Oh shit. That was cool. Pillars spawning are pretty freaky, I like that. Oh, that is a max durability tire. Oh shit though, I gotta go. That's just an anchor symbol. Wait, that did give me an on-screen marker. Have I been able to do markers the whole time instead of just being able to having required to stare at the map? I kind of liked having to stare at the map. If I'm able to put like a marker on my car or something that it continues to work even when I'm out of the car, I'm gonna be sad. Oh, it stays on the screen. Okay, well, I thought that was a super deliberate game mechanic, and it totally was not, turned out. I don't want that door to be open. Oh, it closes automatically. Okay. Alright, I can set an objective marker. Kind of disappointed by that, but that's okay. Watch out for the saw blade anomaly here. Worried that I can like instantly pop my tires. Be on the road if possible, yeah. So since it's a longer excursion, I'm just gonna keep moving here. Teague. All you can do with a worn out part is dispose of it. Okay, so maybe they're suggesting... Oh, that sucks. Maybe they're suggesting that, that's why I was getting the thing in the base, why it was spitting out a car door for me, because one of my doors was ready to be destroyed. I like that as a mechanic. Keep you from just like getting the perfect car and it lasting forever, but I'll check this shop just in case it has some kind of crazy, super useful material.
You're gonna like what I've got more than Bigfoot likes those mushrooms. You can ask questions. I might not have answers.
New engine. It's good, and an armored bumper. Okay, so some of this shit's really good, it turns out. Mechanics kit, pry bar, headlight, regular headlight.
Make sure you've got enough scrap next time. Don't forget to stop and
Left some
take in
cars
the
behind. I'm
scenery
just
every once
check
in a
really quick
while.
and see if there was one nearby. Sometimes I struggle to get the layers to trigger. Thought the last car I left behind was really close by. I think I was incorrect. Almost max steel panel. Oh, still got a sheet from it, so it doesn't have to be completely maxed, I see. Maybe it's a chance based on percentage of health when you first interact with it or something. Maybe this one will give me one too, it's almost full. Didn't. I feel like no matter what, I should always set a compass marker just somewhere so that I can use it for getting my bearings. That might be enough, because I did spend a bunch of time scrapping cars at the start of this run. Oh, there was a car right there. God damn it! Did not see that.
Exchanges. You know how it is out there. Oh, this is just what I needed to fix that darn rattling noise on this old thing. If I can find where it's coming from this time.
Amp engine. Okay. Can I not store this? Sometimes I literally can't tell if I'm meant to be able to store stuff or not. A space issue, maybe? God, it's too big for me to fit. Okay. Can I install it out here? Do I drop it when I get in the car or something? That would be painful. Okay, no, I'm allowed to keep carrying it. I'm gonna just quickly end the next zone then, I guess.
God, Sierra. Never wanted to think about this place ever again.
Head
Worried
toward
to
town.
despawn my thing.
Colossal
Okay, I
Cappy
did
is
not.
Smack dab in the middle of
Where Sierra used to be. You can't miss it.
So let's go to the green thing. There's a lot more to explore here, but since I spent so much time on the first screen, I think what you really want to do is drive through the first one really fast, and then spend all your time in the second one instead of what I did, but you have to learn somehow.
Is there a reason you're driving straight towards the largest honking anomaly in the zone?
You wanted to know if there's a speck of remnant energy in that car? This is how you do it.
You're using Cappy to amplify the remnant signal. That's insane.
It's pretty spooky.
Driver, are you sure about this?
Well, they'll be fine.
It's not fine. Look at those radiation spikes that Colossal Cappy's still giving off after all these years. To achieve any sort of resonance, the driver's going to have to get right up against Cappy.
I get you, Francis, but Oppie's got a point. Any remnant energy lingering in the car is too weak to detect with conventional methods.
Really? You're gonna take her side?
This isn't about size.
Might die
It's a
here.
good plan.
I won't risk someone's life just so we can log another remnant sighting.
The driver can make their own decision. I'm not forcing them to do anything. For all I care, they can lay down and wait until the instability takes them. That would get them out of my hair much faster than all of these shenanigans.
Maybe not. Don't drive off a cliff next time, perhaps. Get the car close to the anomaly. We got a gas station here, so let me try to take advantage of that really quick. Oh my god, they make that as annoying as possible, don't they? I don't want to throw it too hard and have it take damage. God, that stresses me out every time. It feels like it shouldn't be something that stresses a normal person out, but I'm really stressed out by it, the engine turning over. You make me go on the right side, I'm gonna be fucking pissed. Okay. Battery's still kind of a problem, though. Thing's pretty gnarly looking. Very cool.
Oh, no response. Maybe you need to get closer to Cappy's core way up there. Can you find a way to high ground?
Drive up the bridge. Can't really see where this bridge is. Oh, that must be up there. Yeah, it can be really hard to see when shit gets particularly crazy, it seems like. There's an easy way to get on that thing? There must be somewhere. Where I want to have better tires, right? I don't get completely fucking stuck. Not really an off-roading station wagon. Here we go, I think. So I thought this was the right
Car's
way.
still not close enough to Cappy.
What now?
How about launching the car into Cappy's core?
I'm sorry. What?
It's simple. The driver jumps the car into the heart of the anomaly, and if I time it right, I'll open the gateway and extract them.
And if you don't?
I've run some calculations. I think it should be fine. Anyway, it's like they always say, what's an experiment without some risk of total annihilation?
Who says that exactly?
In no way, shape, or form should we be doing this.
Well, but you know, if it's the only way. Yeah, you got this, kid. Floor it.
Circuit gates. Okay, so presumably there's a way to open this checkpoint gate, right? Maybe it's the building over here. There we go. That's cute. Transmuter. Not gonna worry about that right now. Just finish the stage. Try to get out with this engine if I can. It's kind of a cool idea of having to launch into this thing. Oh, fun. The boosters are a nice touch to make that more reasonable. Oh.
Damn it, you piece of crap. Come back on already. Can you hear me? Cappy fried my transmission systems. Thought I lost you for a moment. Well, it all worked out, didn't it?
Yeah, the men are
We
speaking.
got you out, and it looks like the ARC device is still intact with all the data it's recorded from your drive. And my plan worked. Cappy amplified the car signal and it matches. Looks like Tobias and Francis found their remnant after all. Unfortunately, what they've been saying is true. The remnants drive their victims mad. Maybe that car, having sat dormant for this long, will give you a little more time. I'm sorry, I don't have better news for you. I'm still game to get you out of here. The faster you leave, the longer you'll have to enjoy the rest of your sanity.
Still can't store this anywhere.
None of the routes you've mapped so far leads to a way out. Why don't you head back out and chart some more? You can get in touch with Tobias and Francis while you're out there.
And I feel like there's supposed to be something I can do to remove parts. I can check the manual maybe and see if it reminds me. Let me check here. Missions, logbook, user manual. Charging the car battery, zone shifts instability, junctions, zone conditions, quick slots quirk. The auto shop. Charting roads. That's cool. It has a little trip report. I like that. Transfer trunk. Okay, so it's a way to just move things. So I don't have to like fill my inventory and then make multiple trips to a locker, I guess. I can just throw it all in this. Maybe that got patched in after the fact or something. Dumpster. Tinker station. Status monitor. Hoping one of these just tells me how to replace parts without waiting for them to completely get destroyed. Don't get it wet. You may see unusual behaviors. Okay. Statuses, crafting. This is definitely where I would try to Google it, right? I just want to like replace my engine, but I'm not sure if I'm able to do that until my engine's destroyed, but that doesn't make sense, right? Like obviously I should be able to just do it now. I don't know. And the manual doesn't really tell me very much. Car is your shield. Crafting. There must be a way to do it, right? Let me leave it on the ground for now and see if I can figure it out. Oh, here we go. Empty hands is the idea. Okay, and that's probably how I'm supposed to replace the tires too. So I need to include that in my future Marstead notes. Let me fill it in right now. You only get the option to remove car parts with open hands. Hold Y. Okay, got it. I think this is a smaller engine and I can maybe store it in a locker. Let me check. Nope. I guess just leave it on the ground. I could try recycling it. It lets me. Oh, that does work. Okay. It just wasn't working for that door. It was spawning for me for some reason. Okay. me see if it lets me make that expansion locker now. Yeah, I do have enough steel sheets. Installation kits. Okay, so that one could have maybe carried the engine part in it. I see. Probably hold the door. Well, I can also just leave that on the ground, so I'm not super sure how necessary storage is outside of, like, convenience. It's not clear what does and doesn't respawn. Transfer all materials is a pretty useful button. Did I just do that the wrong way? I sure did. Okay. I'll clean some of that up later. Repair the car, tend to your wounds. Probably put something that makes more sense in there later. Probably gonna replace the spare tire. See if I can get a recipe to like actually make steel doors so everything isn't crude anymore. Can't put it on blocks, annoyingly. Oh, but it's only one tire? I guess that's good for like going over rocks, but I would need to have 4 of them before that's helpful. I think that's the case. Okay. It's alright, I'm learning. Get 3 more paddle tires. Still need to repair the car more. Ooh, I don't have any chemicals for repair putty. I just haven't found them. I wish I understood what caused items to spawn out of this. I mean, clearly it doesn't just give you stuff infinitely, right? There's a point where it stops spitting stuff at you. Okay. Alright, well, unfortunately, I'm not going to be able to repair the car to the level that I would usually prefer to. I gotta look for more chemicals. Fill the tank when I go outside. Anomalous clouds. Malfunction anomalies are stronger. I think I'm gonna die. Because I don't have to go to one of the ones that I've scanned, right? I could try my luck with one of the other ones. See if there's any more things I can unlock here. Don't really care about a detailing station. More lockers. Outfitting requires chemicals. Okay, lots of things require chemicals, it turns out. Circuit board. Survival tools. Blowtorch. Sections of a vehicle are precisely placing small explosive charges. Helps you find anchors without having to look on the map. Okay. Steel panel. Probably good to get some stuff like that. I feel like this is the most important thing in the entire game, and they kind of just throw it at you. Like, they don't even really establish that you have to look on these different tabs to see all the different sorts of recipes you can add to it. Crazy, actually. Okay. Steel panel, 6 scrap metal, and steel sheets. Okay. But I can make steel sheets now. Doors, unfortunately, that I didn't repair. It'd be nice when the whole car is steel, which is definitely a thing that is reasonable to work toward, it seems like. That's to save me scrapper charges, it seems like. Oh, but that's not at full health either. So I may as well take that to get a free heal, but it's not quite free. Oops. That is a maxed out steel panel. In that case, did not give me a sheet. Okay. Max steel door. And no sheet. Okay. Must be a chance based on how much health it has. I guess this car spawning every time is nice because it's a way to spend my, like, mostly broken scrappers. That one gave me a steel sheet. Okay. All right. Guessing at some point I'm going to be able to combine these items. Like combine two partially broken scrappers. Alright, Alright, this is as good as it's gonna get for now. Head out. I can't tell you how much it freaks me out. I don't know if anyone else has had that experience of turning the key being a heavily stressful event. New engine's actually pretty noticeable. It's quieter too. Let's try to be better about looting chemicals this time. That's what I'm way behind on. Not scanned. Let's try to loot everything. We got perpetual stability, and that's great. I guess all the early levels have that. Yeah, new engine rules, actually. That was a lucky find in that shop. I guess part of the core loop in this game is that if you're like a gearhead and you like the idea of like starting with a piece of shit car and like upgrading it to be really useful, this game is like extremely your shit. It's interesting. I wonder actually what percentage of the player base is into this kind of survival crafting game and also like into upgrading a car like that, right? It might be kind of a niche audience.
Holy moly! Are you kidding me right now? Oppie, you saw it too, didn't you? Tell me you saw it too.
Saw what?
What do you mean, what? Hallucinations! Like the ones from 1961. It happened again. Just a quick blip, like blinking your... Wait. You didn't see it?
I was in a total blackout. Colossal Cappy fried my systems.
Right? Because sending the driver headfirst into Cappy didn't work out like you said it would. Big surprise.
Oh, spare me, Francis. The driver's alive and your remnants verified. Isn't that all you wanted? Now, why are you two yapping about the mass hallucination?
When Cappy amplified the remnant's signal, it triggered another hallucination event. But it only lasted 3 seconds this time. And not only that, we picked up that its source was northwest of us. Specifically...
Yeah, somewhere in the deep zone.
That's impossible. It's been...
40 years.
Okay. Yeah, I wonder, like, exactly how souped up you could make the car eventually.
And that's not all. This hallucination wave that triggered, we picked up its waveform. And turns out it's equal and opposite to the remnant's waveform. They're paired signals. It means they're related. And what's more, if we bring that car to whatever this mass hallucination source is, we have a chance of nullifying the remnant and breaking its bond with the driver. A simple destructive interference.
This is insane! After all this time, we find a remnant, a lead on the mass hallucinations of 61, and a possible way to free the driver? Bitch me, Francis, because this is the best thing that's happened in decades. Just when things were getting dull.
The remnants. It was a key to the mass hallucination. This whole time.
Yes, and you nearly destroyed it.
I need to go.
This is huge, Francis.
We have so much work to do.
I know. I've already pulled every report on the mass hallucination event. Driver, listen, you stay safe out there. We'll report back to you once we've gone through all of this data. There's a lot of it. And be careful.
The story seems pretty
On the right
cool,
line,
but
okay?
it's...
So, watch yourself.
I don't think it's super well conveyed. Like, what it strikes me as is it strikes me as the developers had this really cool idea for their lore concepts for the setting, right? Oh, that's normal. Like a mine? It doesn't look good, whatever it is. I'm just gonna run away from that. They had these really cool ideas, right, of like stuff that's like secretly going on, and then they were afraid that the audience wasn't gonna find out about them. I've encountered this a lot as like a dungeon master, right, where you have this like really cool hidden lore and you want to make sure your players find out about it. So like, do you just like tell them, kind of awkwardly tell them, or do you allow them to not necessarily find all of it or require them to speculate on it a little bit? Here it feels like they came up with this really cool concept for this like zone with all this stuff that happened behind the scenes, and they were like, they couldn't not tell you about it. They had to just kind of be explicit with what's going on, which I guess it's fine, but I think I'd appreciate it if they wrote all of that stuff and then just didn't reveal the majority of it in the story, you know? Leave it up to the players to try to figure it out. You see that problem a lot with indie devs, especially where they like come up with a really cool setting and they like cannot bear to have the players not figure it out or encounter it or understand all the cool stuff they wrote, right? Things freaky looking. It's not just indie devs though, like there's a awful part in Mass Effect 2 where they couldn't think about how to like convey something that they were trying to convey visually. So they have the like computer character Edie just like openly speculate as to what's going on, and Edie is just saying what the developers happen to know to be true about the story, right? She's just like stating factually what the devs know, because they needed to find some way to make sure the player knew it instead of just leaving it up to their imagination. So it's like, how'd you know that, Edie? Did you like read the script? That kind of a thing. Oh, this new engine really makes the core mechanic of exploring a lot more tolerable. That thing's gnarly looking. Doesn't look like a friend. Oh, that's cool. It just like launches away and bounces. Huh. Did it kill my car? Did something bad. Does this guy work? Where's the battery? There. possible to craft one of those mid-run, essentially. Oh, I just noticed in the top left corner, there's an indicator that tells you exactly where your car is. Okay, never mind about all those nice things I said about needing to remember where your car is. I guess it's a pretty important piece of information to always have, but I kind of like the idea that they were going to require you to use the in-car map. Doesn't get me much in the way of chemicals, but that's fucking annoying. Junkyard mostly with garbage, it looks like. All this stuff is gonna roll down into the same general area, and I might actually be able to recover it. Guess that's where having the hand vacuum would be convenient. Really interesting, looking and sounding. Okay. Plastic, plasma. We'll have no chemicals. I really got to figure out what kind of building has chemicals in it. Probably a cabin, I assume. What's this over here? Get some paint and stuff, that's kind of cool. I think removing the anchors is probably a bad idea. Oh fuck. Seen the good version of those. Off my car, maybe? Okay. I'm sure we do that faster next time. have to go back home and repair shit here. Let's do this cabin first, and then I'll try to get out of here. Battery looks like it's a problem right now, unfortunately. Impact hammer is almost broken. Now it is broken. Everything lootable in here? That's everything, I think. Antenna? Detailing station, okay. Oh, did the door fall off? Yikes. I didn't even look at the thing in the sky, that's kind of cool. So that's a pretty far drive. I probably want to get a little bit closer to it before I activate it. Oh god, is my battery dead again? Oh, my car's off, that's right. Freaking me out once again, as you do. Well, shit. Make another charger here. Does that require chemicals? Battery jumper. Okay. Wow. Barely have that. It's a little scary. Oh, one of those things, right? Steal shit from you. Too close, annoyingly. Wasn't too close just a second ago. I have to go around, aren't I? It's annoying. I get why they don't want you to like trigger it when you're super close to it, but I wish they had some other solution. Feels kind of shitty to have to like get right outside the circle. Maybe you can activate it from anywhere, but or maybe just let you activate it and then only have the timer start ticking once you get within the circle, right? Okay.
I owe you an apology. I screwed up. I nearly got you killed. The things I used to calculate as easily as turning a screwdriver, they're foggy now.
The numbers don't work themselves out like they used to. I haven't been myself for a long time, but I haven't needed to be. It's been me and this cursed place I created and nothing else for decades. But now, knowing that whatever caused the mass hallucination is still out there, I need to know what it is and why the remnants are connected to it. Francis was
Fuel pump's
right
right
about the
there.
remnant and the
I know
mass
you've been
hallucinations
screaming the
paired
whole time,
signals.
sorry.
If we can get them together, maybe they'll cancel each other out and you'll be free. It's a shaky theory at best, but it's the only lead we've got for now. You can
It
do
just
nothing
occurred to me, like, I
twiddle your
bet there's
thumbs
just
until the
gas over
remnant
there,
drives
isn't
you
there?
mad. Or, if you're willing to work with me, I'll give you the best chance to survive this thing. Think it through. And fix up your car while you're doing it. You'll need to for whatever you decide from here.
Driver, I'm sorry to interrupt. I know you've got a lot on your plate, but if you get a moment, I sent you something through the pneumatubes. Think of it as a personal project. It's not urgent.
I'm just gonna do some maintenance here, but I think that's gonna get us close to 4 hours, so that was my objective. Powered by carbs. Put in detailing station to equip. It's not the paint shelf. Station I haven't unlocked yet, I assume. Oh, these can be rotated. I don't think I appreciated that. Okay. See what they sent me from the pneumatube. Well, these are all supposed to be city connection upgrade.
I won't waste your time, I promise. I just would like to put a suspicion to rest. A while ago, I found out about something Oppie had been working on. She told me she was trying to map out or at least track unreachable areas within the zone. The instability constantly scrambles the landscape, so the method to even map destabilized areas has to be dynamic to stay accurate. Her working theory was that if you could trace the physical matter itself, you could determine a stable layout and a path to it. I don't know what state her prototype is in now. I don't think she ever got it working. But I think I have my own working theory. I know there's a lot happening, so I'll save the details for later. But if you could just help me out, it'd mean a lot to me. You have to understand, Oppie would never work with anyone on this, let alone me. And I just have a hunch. Look around for the machine. She called it the Zeddy system. Huh? She keeps everything, so it has to be somewhere in that garage. Probably. When you find it, go on and install the hardware I sent you. That should get
like
it up and
10
running,
times more
and
dialogue
that
than
should
is
connect
needed
me.
for this section.
Well, this is quite different. No wonder Oppie abandoned this. The source of this data is quite old, but with my additions, it does seem to have updated the locations when you booted it up. This isn't the kind of map Oppie talked about wanting to make, but I think we can make this work to track a specific location despite the instability. This will be similar to planning a route, but it might be a challenge, driver. I'm really not sure what to expect.
Not gonna be able to repair my car, which sucks. I didn't get any chemicals from that last run. Refrigerator? Okay, so they want me to put something in there later. So many little things they have you do on the base here where it's like, what? Why are we doing that? What? What's the point of that? Weird. Okay, let me leave future Marstead notes here. So, future Marstead, the main thing you're doing here is this computer is the whole game. This is Pacific Drive. This computer. You can go through different tabs. You can try to make new, like you researched the ability to make steel panels, and then you made some steel panels and replaced the shitty panels on your car. You probably want to replace all of the doors and panels. You can maybe open next stream by trying to research some of that, because you have a boatload of scrap metal over here. You can likely convert that scrap metal into steel panels here. Well, into steel sheets, and then turn the sheets into panels, right? You can also find panels in the wild. Whenever you find a car that has a piece that's very high health, it's more likely to drop a steel sheet than if it's mostly damaged. It has to be marked as steel, I think, rather than crude. So I would consider, because you can't repair your car right now, it's like super fucked up. I would consider trying to research the door and then make steel doors to replace those, because that'll work. You can also take the parts that were left over and put them in this thing to get some material refunds. To remove stuff from your car, you must have your hands empty, and then you can press and hold the Y button to remove stuff. But if your hands aren't empty, there's no prompt. You can gas your car here. There's a fuel pump. You just pop it right in there. You can also gas the gas can, which is in the corner of the trunk there. Whenever you drive back and park and turn your car off, you can charge it with this little switch here. The friendly dumpster is available each time you come back, and it has items in it, some number of items. It's hard to tell when it does and doesn't have stuff. Like here, there's a checklist that says visit the friendly dumpster, but nothing's popping out. I can't really tell you why. Whenever you finish a run, you go to this sign here, and it gives you a summary of what's going on with your car. You want to have a battery jumper with you on every run, because your battery can definitely get out, either just from you letting it run out or because of like an anomaly draining it. And if your car battery's dead, that's pretty bad. You don't want that, so put that in the trunk. Obviously you want to have repair putty on you if possible, but right now you can't craft any repair putty because repair putty requires chemicals, and you didn't find any chemicals in your last couple trips. Before you go on a trip, so this is part of what's confusing about this game. There's a lot of random bullshit in your base, and most of it's not highlighted by default. So things to know about: when you get into the base, there's a place to top off on health here. Like I said, there's gas. You've built an upgraded, expanded locker. You also have a locker here. Whenever you're crafting stuff in your base, it's drawing from all of these storage sources. There's also some storage over here. This toolbox, and there's another source of storage in this room here. I'm trying to think of mechanics when you're actually out there in the zone. The basic idea in the zone is that you're looking for these like yellow anchors that you have to grab, and then you have to carry that anchor over to the right door and then press right trigger to install it here. You have to do at least one of those per run. Then it will update your map. On your map, there'll be a little yellow gateway exit. You want to get as close to it as possible to where it's not giving you a cancellation sign. And then you can activate it to drive and exit the stage. But you can't get too close to it or it won't let you activate it. The purpose of getting those anchors is that it's giving you energy to power this machine. It's that stable energy thing in the bottom right corner. Everything that you research here costs some amount of energy. So on every run, you at least have to do that, but preferably you get as much other stuff as you can. Big problem right now is because your car is only at 49% health, your next run could be really dangerous. So, like I was saying, try to research the updated doors, replace the doors, maybe replace some of the parts here too. You might have enough scrap metal that's doable without needing too many other resources. When you exit, there is a gas station on the right, but it's unnecessary because there's a gas hose right there. So take a left on your way out. That's how you progress to the stage. The way you trigger the stage is you go to this route planner.
Ready to do this with me?
You
Here's a spot of good news. We aren't
let
completely
her finish
helpless
talking.
when it comes to the instability. Back when the zone was active, we built ways to get where we needed to go. I need you to head back towards Sierra. But don't worry, I won't make you jump into Cappy again. When you're feeling up for it, take the route back to Sierra. I'll tell you what's next once you're there.
So the way this works is you get to scan one of these locations right now, and it'll give you information about like what you can find there.
I missed it.
I guess maybe this can help you to find. This tells you features. This tells you details. So maybe the details will help you find specific resources that you need, like chemicals. I think the stuff in the bottom right there is like a list of kinds of locations, kinds of anomalies. I recognize a couple of those symbols, like the junkyard. That one has a shop icon, is the one that has a bag. But you'll get more information when you scan it. One of the features you can get when you scan a place, it'll say that it's like peaceful, which means that there's no time limit for exploring it. So this is where you have to go for story reasons. You're going to have to drive all the way up here. But I would recommend doing one of these guys. It's probably easy. You've done a lot of that so far, but you're still trying to kind of understand the core loop of the game. So I would pick something easy to start and then maybe something harder for later. Eventually you'll have to go here. I think your objective is just get as many chemicals as you can. You have to find what kind of building provides chemicals. Obviously, the junkyards don't. Cabins probably have a chance to contain anything, but you haven't found anything that specifically is likely to have chemicals in it. There's a bunch of different tools that you need to access certain things. A pry bar is one of them. One of them is an auto hammer. If you see like a plasma battery thing, you can break it open with an auto hammer. The auto hammer, I guess it's called an impact hammer, requires gears, which you can craft at your base or in your car. I'm just going to make one now because you'll probably need one next episode. They're pretty important for breaking into certain doors and for getting the plasma rewards, that kind of a thing. You can probably just keep it in your car, though, most of the time. Well, I guess having it in the hammers there, the pry bar is pretty reasonable. Whenever you visit your storage, you can push in the right stick to transfer materials from one direction to the other. Whenever you come back to the base, you want to transfer everything into the lockers to save space. And I think that's everything to mention. This game's pretty interesting. It's weird, and I don't think it's conveyed very well. And I feel like you kind of have to go, you have to meet it more than halfway to start to get it, but I think I kind of get it. I think it's basically like Subnautica, but what if Subnautica had randomized maps, right? Instead of being a big authored map. I guess the maps themselves are authored, but the content that's on them isn't. And I kind of wish it was. I think it would be really cool if there were like a bunch of anomalies that only ever appeared in one part of the open map, and you saw them one time, right? Or whenever you visited that same location again. I think that would be more enjoyable for me anyway. But I am interested in the game. I'm probably going to play more of it. I'm almost certainly going to record a please God, don't panic when you watch me. I'm going to put an interstitial part that you already saw if you got here. I'm going to record it right now. That's like, yeah, I know I'm going to claim a bunch of bullshit about not knowing where the fuel pump is and not knowing where this is and not knowing where that is. Don't worry, I'll figure it out eventually. But yeah, thanks for watching. I think next time I do this, I'll go ahead and stream it because it looks like it is possible for me to suspend, which I wasn't able to do when I played it a year and a half ago. So if I can suspend and just wrap at will, that will be really nice. See you next time sometime. Bye.